Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie?
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserved. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to our business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Loyalty or Cassandra Mitchell. I am your business moderator for this morning on the Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black owners, and entrepreneurs and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Now, our next keynote speaker is Mr. R.J. Stevenson. R.J. Stevenson is a trailblazer in music, media, and ministry. For over 20 years, he has helped to develop and establish the national branding, images, and businesses, institutions, nonprofit organizations, and high-profile personalities. Coupling his background in marketing, branding, production, and technology with ministry, RJ has evolved as a successful serial entrepreneur and has been blessed to serve as a presenter and a speaker at various conferences and conventions as well across the globe. How big is that? He has established successful businesses and ministries in North Carolina, Arkansas, and Tampa, Florida. Help me welcome our next guest key speaker, Mr. R.J. Stevenson. Welcome to the stage.
Hey, Cassandra, thank you so much for your wonderful introduction. I'm doing great. How are you?
I am fabulous. It's so amazing to have you here today. So yes, tell us more about yourself. We would love to hear.
Thank you so much. Hey, everybody. My name is R.J. Stevenson. Also known as the creative director. I'm the CEO and founder of Creative Concepts Production and Design. My company is based in Tampa, Florida, but I've also been able to establish business presence in North Carolina, Arkansas, and I'm getting ready to come back home to North Carolina. Thank you to Dr. Eric Kelly for again making this opportunity available as you are empowering and impacting so many Black businesses across the globe. It's my pleasure to be speaking with you today. I want to talk about something that is near and dear to my heart. It's something that every entrepreneur could really take advantage of, and that's this conversation about branding. Branding is sort of new in terms of the marketplace. We've been doing it for a very long time, but before we sort of talked about it from a perspective of marketing. But now that we've entered a new dynamic of business in the post-COVID, branding has become very, very popular, not just because every business needs it, but because of the trend of individuals becoming personally popular, definitely on social media. So today I want to talk about 5 simple steps to develop your brand. 5 simple steps to develop your brand. Now, you may still be asking the question, what is a brand? Because the term brand is used so often, it's often very confusing to understand what a brand is. Some people think that they're a brand. They may or may not be a brand. Some people have developed some kind of product or service and believe that that's a brand. It may or may not be a brand. Let me tell you what a brand is. A brand is a consistent, simply stated way to communicate who you are. That's a brand. A brand has to do with what color you wear, has to do with how you communicate and speak. It has to do with where you're located. A brand has all to do with establishing what your identity is, whether we're talking about your personal identity or the identity of a product or service that you provide. That's a brand. Now, let's talk about a very recognizable brand. There's this particular brand that stems itself off of these golden French fries. You may not even recognize that it was golden French fries, right? But that's the brand mark of a very, very strongly and long time established restaurant in the fast food industry. And a lot of people see it as this letter M, but that letter M just isn't any old letter M. Yeah, that letter M has been developed out of taking two golden French fries and putting them up in the air for everyone to see. And no matter where you see this particular restaurant, you will always identify the restaurant by those two golden French fries. We call them the golden arches as well. Now, why is it so that whenever you get too close to an intersection or a city, you can look up in the sky and see these two golden arches or French fries? You may not even see the name of the restaurant written out or spelled out, but you clearly recognize exactly who it is, and you also recognize what you can expect by introducing yourself to that brand. And because the brand is so consistent, remember that word, consistent, it continues to stand the test of time. That brand could show up on the corner in an underdeveloped community. And after a little bit of time goes by, you'll see some other brands that are highly recognizable come into that same space because that brand has established itself in the business market as a place that continues to thrive. We used to see underneath those golden French fries a number that let us know exactly how many customers have been served at that location. That brand can do that because it's been established with consistency. All right. Now that we sort of understood what a brand is, can you think of a brand that you are consistent with in your life? Maybe you've been consistent about the kind of clothing that you wear, and you've decided that you should only prioritize or only favor a certain kind of clothing brands. Well, those brands make you feel some kind of way. Those brands have identified to you a level of consistency in either style or in craftsmanship that calls you to sometimes pay more money because of how well that brand has been established. And guess what? You don't mind paying it either, because you know that when you invest in that kind of brand, you're going to get the consistency that speaks to who that brand has developed itself to be. So what is a brand again? A brand is the communication of a consistent product or service or personality that is being communicated to the general market. Now that you understand what a brand is, you may be asking the question, do I need a brand? Maybe so. Do you have something of consistency that you're trying to introduce to the business world? Is there some consistent message that you as an individual like to speak to other people about? Have you established some kind of service that you believe you can be consistent with in the marketplace? Well, if you check either one of those three boxes, you more than likely need to have a brand and have hopefully begun to develop and establish that brand. And today, I'm going to give you 5 simple steps to help you along your way towards brand success. Okay. So as I'm going through this presentation, make sure you take out your paper and pens. Maybe you're a well-established brand person and you don't need any more information, but I might say something a little different during this presentation that you might be able to put in your toolbox. Okay. So let's first talk about 5 simple steps to developing your brand. First of all, the question I often ask when I'm consulting with brand owners is, why do I need one? Yeah. Why do I need a brand? You need a brand because, again, there's this consistency word that you're going to keep coming up with in this conversation. So step one is I want you to tell me what you do. Yeah, tell me what you do. We used to talk about it as an elevator speech. It's how can you clearly and concisely describe to me who you are, what your product or service is, so that I can feel like I need to engage you in what I do in my daily life or living. Can you do that? Have you figured out what it is you need to say to clearly and concisely communicate to your brand audience what it is you do, or why they should give you their attention, or why they should allow you to speak on their platform? Yeah. You've got to be able to tell me what you do. A part of what I do as a branding strategist is make brand marks or logos or trademarks as well. One of the things that's necessary in that area is consistency. And the most inconsistent thing I find with people who want to establish themselves in business, they can't consistently tell me who they are. One day they describe themselves as this, the next day they describe themselves as that. And in order for you to let me know that I can trust in your consistency, I need for you to consistently tell me what you do. Do you sell t-shirts? Do you sell ice cream cones? What is it that you do? Because once you recognize what you do, I can help you develop your brand to say what you do. What does that mean? Let's go back to the golden arches or the golden French fries we talked about before. Why are those golden French fries golden French fries? Because that is consistently what that brand does. They consistently make good golden French fries. And you might not like anything else on their menu, but what you will get is some good consistent French fries. Okay. So the same way that business has developed its brand on two golden curved French fries, what are you going to develop your brand on? If you tell me that you're a great dog watcher, then I'm going to expect for you to watch dogs. So your logo or your brand mark should speak to the fact that you love to watch dogs. Now, does that mean that you're going to take a dog collar and some kind of emblem to let me clearly know that that's what you do? Absolutely. But when I see your brand mark or your logo image, I shouldn't have any question or wonder about what it is you provide and what you can do consistently. So again, the first thing I want to know when I work on helping you develop your brand is tell me what you do. I want you to develop how you consistently communicate about who you are. Again, step number one in developing your brand is simply tell me what you do. Now, the second thing I want you to do when we're developing your brand is identify who is your clientele. Step number two is identify your clientele. I get it. You're not the only one in the marketplace who does what you do. I get it. You're not the only lollipop seller. You're not the only ice truck owner. You're not the only painter. You're not the only photographer. You're not the only one. But there should be something unique about what you do that makes you stand out in the marketplace. And because we're branding consistently what you do, we got to figure out who consistently wants you. Yeah, we got to identify your clientele. How do you identify your clientele? Maybe you identify your clientele by the area you live in. Maybe your clientele is a suburban clientele. They live on the outskirts of the city center. They drive certain types of cars. They live in certain types of homes. Maybe your clientele is within certain kinds of communities. And I know you're asking, why does that kind of stuff make a difference? Well, simply, if you identify who your clientele is, you learn a couple of things. One, You ensure that the way you communicate engages that clientele and does not repel that clientele. Yeah. The way you color what you do, the way you speak about what you do, the way you communicate about what you do will attract some clientele, but it will also turn away some other clientele. So you got to clearly understand who your clientele is. Another way to identify your clientele is by identifying what market you're in. Are you involved in the medical industry? Are you involved in the nonprofit world? Are you involved in the children's industry? What industry are you involved in? Because that clearly helps to identify who your clientele is. You know, there's also a science to colors, right? And so most designers, once we're helping you developing your brand, we want you to be clear about, again, who you are and who is your clientele, because there's something called color science. Yeah. We want to make certain that even the colors that we're using to represent your brand attracts the kind of clientele that you're looking to attract. Some clientele aren't looking for bright, bold colors. They're looking for something warm and calming. And if your bright and bold does not attract warm and calming clientele, then guess what? There's going to be a difference between how you communicate who you are and the kind of services you want to provide, and how you connect those services or products to the clientele you're looking for. Are you trying to create some kind of discounted brand? Because there's no problem with developing a product or service that is geared towards a audience or clientele that needs discount pricing. That's fine. That just means that we recognize that you can't develop a product and package it in a way that costs a little bit more money, because sometimes the packaging that you wrap your products in is the thing that drives up your price. And if your clientele is looking for a discounted product, they may not care so much about that nice upgraded packaging. And so if that's the case, you've got to make sure that your brand is consistent with the clientele that you're trying to attract. So let's go back over these first two steps in developing your brand. First step is be able to tell me what you do and be able to tell me consistently. All right. The second step is understand who is your clientele. Now that you've been able to tell me what you do consistently, and you've been able to determine your clientele, you're ready for step number 3. Step number 3 is tell me what it looks like. Yeah, I know you've got great vision. I know you've got great goals. But if you can't tell me what it looks like, we're only going to be able to go as far as writing down your vision. Yeah. In the step of telling me what it looks like, we start to determine how we're going to add color to your vision. What does adding color to the vision mean? Well, most designers will tell you that we prefer to make your logo in black and white, because if your logo can be presented in black and white, that means that it can be transferred to other media and other applications. What does that mean? If I'm wearing a jacket like this and I want to have a lapel pin, well, if I'm going to apply your brand to a lapel pin, I normally need to give that brand to someone in a vectored image. And normally the best way for me to do that is to present it first in black and white. Once I can present your image in black and white, then I can colorize your vision or your image based on who your clientele is. But the basis of that image is going to be in black and white. Now that I've got your brand mark or your logo, I need to know how to color it. So I need to develop a consistent brand image. Most of us will tell you that's called a branding guide or a media guide. It lets you know the kind of environment that you want your brand image to be seen in. Do you want your brand image in crimson red or fire engine red? Do you want your brand image in aqua blue, or do you want it in hunter green? Because if you're specific about your branding image, then you want your brand shown consistently every time. Most companies go to the extent of developing what's called a media guide that also includes a Pantone color coordination. That means that every time you see that brown, it's going to be the consistent brown. Every time you see that purple, it's going to be that brand's consistent purple every time, because that brand developer has decided how they want to be consistently seen. But maybe your brand image isn't a logo. Maybe you are your brand image. And for many of us as small business owners, we are the brand image. We walk around carrying the brand. So what does that mean? That means I want you to tell me what your brand looks like. I want you to present yourself in a consistent way every time I see you. That means that when I get up in the morning and go to the barbershop, right? That means that when I go and people see me at the barbershop, they need to be consistent about the way they see me. No, they can't see my brand with my clothes sagging off my behind. They can't see my brand with my shirt wrinkled. If they're going to take me seriously as the person who walks around being the representation of my brand, they need to see something consistent about me that shares and communicates with the general public about the quality of the product that I present. They need to know that I can speak eloquently. So if I'm asking people to consider me as a speaker for their event or for their conference or whatever the case, when I'm speaking to them at a grocery store, they're listening to me give them a 5 or 10 minute experience that indicates to them what they're going to hear from me on a consistent basis. Am I going to cut verbs? Well, if their clientele isn't a cut and verb type clientele, then that's not something that I should be doing as I'm presenting myself to people. And believe it or not, let me tell you this story. I remember a beauty salon person who was a cosmetologist. And the cosmetologist would always say that the reason why they never had their hair done is because they always took their time to make sure that their clientele looked the best that they could. And if they felt like if they took the time to do their hair and beautify themselves, that they weren't giving the right proper attention to their clientele. Now, I don't know how you feel about that situation, but it just doesn't make sense to me. Imagine me telling you that I have a car detailing service, and every time you see my car is dirty. Imagine me telling you that I have a clothing line or I'm a fashion designer, and every time you see me walking around, my clothes are tattered and have holes in them. They look any kind of way. How in the world could I represent my brand if I don't consistently show that I'm my first person that will be a consumer? So if you're going to be a brand, you need to consistently show what you look like. If you show consistently what you look like, then it gives the consumer a good idea about what your products and services will consistently be like. So let's go back over these first 3 steps. Step 1 is, please be able to tell me what you do. Step number 2, identify who is your clientele. Step number 3, can you tell me what does it look like, right? Once we get through those 3 things, it's easy for me to get you into step number 4. Because step number 4, we got to identify, where do you share? Yeah, I want you to identify what platform, or if you're really good, what platforms you can consistently commit to updating with your shared content. Have you ever asked someone who told you about their brand, about their social media, and you went to their Facebook page and Facebook was popping, but you went to their Instagram and they hadn't updated in the last 3 to 4 months? That makes you feel some kind of way about the branding image of the person. It's back to that same word we started off with, consistency. Yeah. So once you figured out what it looks like, you figured out who you're serving, you figured out what it's supposed to consistently be like, then we got to make sure that you're consistently communicating across platforms. That means that if you're going to post once a week, make certain that you're posting once a week consistently so that your clientele sees that your brand is consistent in service. Okay. And I know it gets sort of difficult. I know it takes time to develop really good content, but believe it or not, when consumers are searching social media and the internet to see whether or not they want to engage your company for services and products, they are paying attention as to how often you are putting out information about your brand. All right. So if you don't have the bandwidth to have 5 different pages on multiple platforms, just stick to one consistently. If you don't have the bandwidth to take photos, to take videos, to make blurbs and those sorts of things, of captions and all this stuff all the time, just choose one consistent thing and commit to it. Okay. That's step number 4. Figure out where you're going to share. So let's go back over these 4 steps again. For these 4 simple steps to developing your brand, first, I want you to be able to tell me what you do. Second, I want you to be able to identify your unique clientele. Third, I want you to be able to communicate to me what it looks like. Fourth, I want you to be consistent about where you share. And here's step number 5. All right. The last step of the 5 simple steps to developing your brand is stay ready for what's next. Clearly said, I want you to stay ready so you don't have to get ready. Yeah, that's step number 5. Because after you've done these other 4 steps to develop your brand, you've got to know that once you begin to take your brand seriously, you can only go up from here. Once you develop who your brand is for, what's your next step? Are you getting ready to develop into a brick and mortar business? Are you getting ready to scale so that you can attract larger size clientele? Once you've been going through these other 4 steps, what's your next step? Are you ready to put advertising in publications in your community? Are you ready to go out there and let people know that you're available to speak? What's your next step? Well, for many of us, once we really begin to take our brand seriously, the next step just falls into our lap. Somehow it seems like once we've done the due diligence to take ourselves seriously with our brands, someone will come along and identify what you've been doing and give you the opportunity that you've been waiting for. Now, how horrible will it be for you to have done all these brand steps and not be ready for what's next? Meaning, have you ever been to that meeting and you knew you should have had business cards before you got there, and you walked into that business meeting unprepared for the opportunity of a lifetime? Yeah. Just a simple business card is the thing that will bridge the gap between where you are and what's next. So staying ready so you don't have to get ready means that you've taken yourself and your brand seriously enough to be ready for whatever comes next. Are you an author who's finished your manuscript and is ready to take your book to a publishing company to see if you can get a deal? Well, what if they ask you for your headshot? Do you have a good business headshot that speaks well of who you are as an individual? Because you know you are the brand. Did you take all that time to develop a brand mark and a logo and didn't have good headshots? Man, you got to stay ready so you don't have to get ready. It's sometimes the simple things that are right in front of us that separate us and create gaps between where we are and where we're trying to go. Yeah, listen, I got one big power tool for you. You ready for the power tool? I'm going to give this one to you for free. In order to get through the 5 simple steps of developing your brand, consistency is the key. Yeah. No, you don't have to run out and spend a lot of money in the front end. Just be consistent. No, you don't have to go out and hire a whole lot of employees on the front end. Just be consistent. No, you don't even have to have a store full of inventory. Just be consistency. As it regards to branding, consistency is the key. I hope these 5 simple steps to developing your brand has been exactly what you needed to get you from where you are to the next step in your business world. My name is RJ Stevenson. I'm a creative strategist and I help businesses scale. So if I can be of assistance to you as you're developing your brand or scaling your brand and products and services to the next level, I would love to be of assistance. You can find me on any social media network as RJ Stevenson, and you can reach me at thecreativesweets.com. TheCreativesweete.com. Thank you for this time, and I hope this has been a blessing to your business. If you're watching at this time and you have any questions or comments, feel free to put them down in the chat and I'll do my best to answer them to the best of my ability. Man, this is such a great platform, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. It has caused me to be in places that I never thought I'd be before. I want to thank Dr. Eric Kelly for this great, tremendous opportunity and look forward to doing more in the future.
Well, thank you so much for your expertise and sharing your expertise with us on the show.
Thank you, Cassandra. It's been great.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black Business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaw explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she is what she wants to be, the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, prove that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
It's time for you to start bossing in social media. For all your social media needs, you've come to the right place at the right time to get your website designed, landing page, social media platforms, and get the training you need to get in front of the people that's ready to buy your products and services. Let me train you with StreamYard, Zoom, Clubhouse, and much more. And let me help you get your virtual professionals, not assistants, because assistants can only assist you, but the virtual professionals can give you that professional flavor that you need to expand your reach and increase your revenue. Jump on in and get in where you fit in and start bossing today.
Are you a forward-thinking entrepreneur or business owner? The world is changing faster than ever, and it's time to pivot and adapt to the future. Hello LLC is here to help you do just that. Hello stands for helping enterprises leverage leading-edge optimizations. Our innovative solutions can streamline operations, reduce overhead costs, and give you a competitive edge in a market projected to reach $5 trillion by 2030. By pivoting to the metaverse, businesses can tap into a rapidly growing market that is projected to be a significant part of daily life for 25% of Americans by 2026. As a full digital metaverse agency, the Hello LLC can help you create custom solutions to streamline operations, increase productivity, reduce costs, and drive brand recognition. Why should you pivot to the metaverse with the Hello LLC? By leveraging cutting-edge technology, you can provide immersive experiences for your customers, expand your global reach, and unlock new revenue streams. Contact us today to make the pivot.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you. How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol.
Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into to what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners, or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at. The way I feel when I'm drawing, when I'm creating something, is I feel free. I feel like there's an anticipation of something that's going to come. I try not to draw first. I try to draw second. And what I mean by that is I try to allow myself to kind of get into the piece and just relax. Sometimes I miss time. I'll draw 2, 3 hours, sometimes 4 hours. And while I'm drawing, it's just a free. I just feel free. I mean, I feel like time stands still. That's what it's all about in terms of the lines and the colors in my work, is to get an expression, to go deeper and past just what you see on the surface, but to go in and try to find an expression that everybody gets a different taste of what that expression is, whether it's anger or whether it's being happy or whether it's being, kind of calm or nonchalant. That expression that people take away from the piece is the most important part of what I do as an artist. Bold is the size of my pieces, where I try to do the piece larger than life, to kind of push forward toward you. And that's what the boldness is all about. It's not so much about the lines, it's about the size. The Face of Change art show is inspired by my mother, but more importantly, it's a historical moment in time as the pieces depict different emotions and expressions of Barack Obama. The 44th president is indicative of the 44 pieces of art that I have done in this particular collection. When you begin to think about expressions and portraits, this is a portrait gallery of expressions of what transpired as Barack Obama ran for office. Some of the pictures are abstract and some are expressionistic. And I combined both of those forms of art to create this collection of art pieces. Overcomer, brilliant, ambitious, motivated, awesome. Obama.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses. Doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE, and then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
The African company and the African CEO is making a conscious decision to bring on someone external to the continent versus bringing on someone who is from Ghana or Kenya or South Africa. And so the skill sets of the people that we take through our executive leadership training program and ultimately on the placement, obviously have to be extremely high caliber. So what we look for are corporate executives at the vice president to C-suite level, as well as Black entrepreneurs. When we look at the Black corporate executives, we're looking for some very specific skill sets, whether that be around supply chain, sales and marketing, engineering, product development. We want our folks to be able to add immediate value to the corporate board, right? And the other thing is, even if they don't necessarily have specific industry experience, they're bringing a diversity of thought.
Have you ever seen a parent stressed out and needed a stress reliever with their child? One morning I was coming out of a store and saw a mother and her 3 or 4-year-old son. She was highly upset, actually beginning to yell at him. However, the more upset she became, it seemed the calmer the child became. He sat down on the sidewalk, crisscross applesauce, folded his arms, and looked up at her with a smile. You see, the angrier she became, the calmer he became, because he had the control of the situation. Hi, I'm Frizelma Lynn. I am the CEO and founder of Frizelma Teaching Parents, LLC. I'm a retired teacher, school district administrator, an author, speaker, and I am the Parenting 911 coach. My mission is to rescue families by equipping parents with proven, effective, and practical strategies to enhance their parenting skills. Many times we as a society expect parents to teach, train, and raise their children without providing the necessary tools they need to accomplish this. However, parenting issues cannot be resolved without intervention. Therefore, Frizoma Teaching Parents has provided coaching programs, digital courses, and live webinar trainings to provide step-by-step research-based parenting strategies, even for parents whose children are disrespectful, defiant, for those who have been diagnosed with ADD and ADHD, and even for parents of adult children. No longer will you have the need to feel like you are a failure as a parent. You'll now have the tools needed for each situation. Trust me on this one. Go to www.parenting911.org. Book a 15-minute strategy session with me or choose one of the coaching programs. Our training helps parents relieve stress.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics.
The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaw explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step.
You are in the
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Dr. Tandra Price. I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses around the world. Again, my name is Dr. Tandra Price, and let me give you just a little bit of introduction about who I am. I'm going to be talking to you today about mastering the art of communication. I am the proud owner of an international magazine. I'm a 2-time best-selling author. I'm a network strategist. And again, I am the proud owner, editor-chief, and publisher of Tapped In Magazine. We are a widely recognized publication. Our magazine has 4 editions. We're catered to women speakers, authors, and coaches. Tapped In Magazine really solves the problem, making it easier for entrepreneurs to spread their message, expand their network, and reach a broader audience. So again, like I said, I want to talk to you about one of my favorite topics is mastering the art of communication. I always kind of like to start with a little quote that's really kind of personal to me. It says, the most important communication skills is uniquely being interested in the other person and deeply understanding them. Now, I want that to sit with you and just kind of resonate just a little bit, because when we think about mastering the art of communication, we also have to think about how is it that we communicate with people? How interested are we in that person who is actually delivering the message or that we're actually having communication with? So I want to share with you 5 keys on how we're really going to master the art of communication. The first thing we're going to talk about is the best way to start a communication. We're really going to be kind of setting up the stage to build the relationship with our potential prospect. 2, we're going to talk about when is the best time to network. As a network strategist, I get that answer all the time. When do you network? So we're going to have some opportunities to share with you how you can really connect with other people. The third thing we're going to be talking about is creating an action plan. We can never have a business plan without an action plan. So we're going to map out some precise steps on how we really strategize and accomplish our goals. The fourth thing we're going to talk about is creating a solid network using LinkedIn. Now, a lot of people kind of, shy away from LinkedIn, but LinkedIn is one of the biggest platforms to where all the decision makers are. So we're going to be talking about crafting our profile that really can effectively captivate your audience. And then last, we're going to be talking about, how does this digital communication thing works? We know that the internet is one of the biggest and most powerful sources right now. So we really want to talk about how do we utilize digital products and services to help that. I want to say networking is an investment in your business. It takes time when it's done correctly, and it yields great results for years to come. So networking, we can kind of simplify it for everyone. I just kind of want to simplify for everyone, whether you're an introvert or extrovert, whether you're in a thriving networking event, or if you find it challenging to start a conversation. I'm going to share with you some strategies that have been proven to work. I've used them myself. My team have used them, but they have been proven and tested. They'll really equip you to seamlessly integrate your networking in both your business and professional endeavors.
But I kind of want to talk about first, before we really do a deep dive into mastering the art of communication, some platforms right now that you can optimize for effective communication. Now, some of these you probably know, some of you probably already use, but in this sense, I just want to share with you so you can kind of just be aware of them. One of the things we do in optimizing our effective communication is email, whether you have, Google, Outlook. That's another form of optimizing your communication. Slack, I don't know if anyone is familiar with that, but it is a platform where you can again do cross communication. We have Microsoft Teams. Now, Microsoft Teams is where a lot of corporations use this particular type of platform to optimize communication between their coworkers and employees inside. Zoom, Skype, WhatsApp. Now, I don't want people to shy on WhatsApp because WhatsApp is a very popular tool, especially if you're trying to do international communication. We have Google Meets, which is another good platform with a lot of people taking the place of using Zoom. Facebook Messenger. Pretty much everyone is on Facebook, but I don't know if you really are using the Messenger aspect of Facebook very effectively. I mean, it could be a really good tool for cross communication besides using Facebook as doing your posting. We have Twitter, Streamline, of course, everything we do via that phone that we have in our hand. We do video chat, messaging apps, team chats, especially for, again, corporations that are looking to put together communication amongst a team. LinkedIn, which is my favorite, messaging. So we got to make sure that, you really know how to optimize that as well. And Instagram is another amazing platform. So all these platforms that I just kind of mentioned to you are just effective ways of being able to use platforms to get your communication across. Now, let's jump into the meat of everything. So one of the things we talked about, the very first thing is initiating a conversation. What are some effective approaches of actually communicating or starting a conversation? The very first thing I say is the introduction. Now, this is something that we do all the time. Sometimes we really don't even pay attention to how we're introducing ourselves to people, but this is a good way. Introducing ourselves really initiates the conversation, and it encourages others to actually talk back with you. A lot of times we don't look at it that way, but it really happens like that. The next time you're out and about and you introduce yourself, just see how the conversation goes back and forth. But if you're in a networking setting, you want to kind of, seal the deal with a professional, firm handshake. It's kind of letting you know whether we have a casual introduction or if we have a business introduction. It kind of gives you the difference between those two. The next effective approach is just ask the question. A lot of times when you ask the question, when you're actually starting a conversation, a return response back. And that's kind of a two-way thing. You ask a question, they'll ask a question. You ask a question, I ask a question. So it's another way to kind of have an effective approach on a conversation. My third one I love is the compliments. So like everyone loves to be complimented or even talked about, especially if they're looking good and everything is going great. A compliment really stirs a conversation. Look at something that someone has or even something that they did. It doesn't really have to be something that they're wearing. It could be something that they may have done, or maybe a comment or a situation that they approach. You could comment, give them a nice compliment on how it happened. But a lot of times I'm a shoe person. I love shoes, and I'm always starting my conversation, especially if I go into a shoe store. I always walk out with one or two contacts because I am using that as a compliment when they're trying on their shoes to say, hey, where are you going? Or these look like some shopping shoes or some vacation shoes or something like that. But pick what you can find that you can confidently compliment someone on, which makes a whole big difference when you're looking at initiating conversation. I always ask, the fourth one is always asking advice or opinion. People love to be helpful. Asking their advice or opinion is the way, again, to get a cross-engaging communication going. Now, if nothing else happens, you can always throw humor into starting a conversation. Think of a joke that you thought of, or think of something that you've heard before that was funny that you can share, but always inject humor. I know a lot of times people get into a situation where they're trying to have a conversation and they're like, oh, I don't know what to say. If nothing else, out of these first 5 things that I've chosen to share with you, inject humor. Because I always say we're actually, auditioning for our next role. So how do we do that? We can always inject humor into it. I always try to keep like a little side joke in the back of my head, a joke that can kind of go for any conversation. And maybe you can try the same thing when you're thinking about an effective approach. The sixth thing is always do observation. Always pay attention to our surroundings. That's the best way to have a conversation. It could be raining, it could be snowing, or you could be just at an event and looking at all the people in the event and, come up with something that you could talk about as an observation. Even look at, maybe there could be things on the wall or things of that nature that can really tap you into having a conversation about your observation. Now, when we think about, how do we take now doing these effective approaches, where are we going to put them at? Like, how are we going to practice them? Remember, I said we're always practicing for our script. So I'm going to give you a few places where you can actually kind of implement some of these proven strategies that I just shared with you about initiating an effective approach to a conversation. We can always find places like conferences and conventions. Professionals association meetings. A lot of times they're always looking for people to maybe do speaking engagements, but these are places where there's a large amount of people there that you can also practice initiating a conversation. Trade shows, business networking events. What about your alumni gatherings? Now, those are really good places because now you're in a comfortable environment with your alumni and you can really have a good conversation and introduce yourself and use those 6 approaches that I just shared with you. Chamber of Commerce events, meetup groups. What about workshops and seminars? Those is even a better way because now you're engaging with other people in the same topic that you're doing. If you're at a workshop, you also have something in common. So the conversation and using those 6 effective approaches should be fairly easy for you. What about career fairs? Volunteering opportunities is another good opportunity place to initiate conversation and use these effective approaches because when you're volunteering, again, we're all doing the same common thing. What about Toastmasters or public speaking clubs? It gives you a way to really kind of start practicing your introduction or how to effectively approach someone at an event. Social clubs, recreational groups, online networking platforms, community events and festivals, and of course, charities and galas. These are some places that you could really, exercise or practice. I always say, like, practice makes perfect. Look yourself in the mirror and then start kind of practicing. How do I introduce myself? How do I make those approaches? Take those 6 proven strategies that I share with you about initiating conversation, practice them in the mirror. And when you go to those places that I share with you about where to network, they will be so much easier for you. There's always a benefit to networking. And a lot of times people don't really realize the benefit that networking brings. But we always have to establish connections. And we can't let it just be a one-time thing. We have to continuously to be networking. It demands really our dedication. You can incorporate it into your daily routine. Once you've reached, even if you've reached your objective, a lot of people feel like, well, I went to this networking event or I've been networking and I've met, 10 people for the day. No, keep going, keep incorporating it into your daily activity. People say, when is the best time to network? Well, it's right now. So one of the benefits of networking is to increase your visibility. It makes you more recognizable, and it actually increases the chances of you being considered for other opportunities. Collaborations is another benefit when we're talking about mastering the art of communication because it helps you lead into partnerships and joint ventures. Again, it helps you expand your reach. It even helps you with offers to get into new avenues. Another thing, it gives you access to resources. Like a lot of times in our business, we don't know everything. And there's a lot of different things that are going on. But when you actually are communicating and mastering art of communication and we're sharing different information, you are getting access to some major resources that maybe you would have not thought about. And it gives you introduction to tools. And you can actually really help your business grow because these are things that you can implement and be that one-stop shop for your client. Another benefit it brings to you is brand awareness. It helps you to promote your brand and broaden your audience. It also gives you access to decision makers. Again, we'll talk a little bit about that, but in organizations or industries, it makes your pitch or make you a prospect when it comes to getting the benefits because, again, it's increasing your visibility. Industry trends is another great benefit. It helps you to stay informed about the latest trends, innovations, and development. And again, lastly, networking and mastering the art of communication, it helps you with business growth. Again, for entrepreneurs and business owners, networking can help you to attract new clients, customers, investors, and suppliers to support your business growth. So we have to create this action plan. So we don't want to make sure when we're actually mastering the art of communication, especially if we're going to a lot of different networking events, we want to master a plan, right? We got to have a plan. Like how do we actually make sure that what all these steps that we're doing actually are going to come out? Okay. I'm going to give you about maybe 6 or 7 ideas. So the first thing is we want to set a goal. So when you go into a networking event, okay, we're talking about networking. It could be virtually or in person, but it's still mastering the art of communication. So when you actually go to these events, you want to make sure that you set a goal. What is my goal? What do I aim to achieve from being at this event? Whether I'm looking to make a number of new contacts, learn about specific topics, explore new collaborations, find out what your goal is for going. 2, I want you to do research. Research. It's so important because you want to familiarize yourself with the event, the agenda, the speakers, the attendees. You want to get some, identify some key individuals maybe that you would even like to connect with. But in order to do that, you have to do the research first. 3, we want to make sure that we're preparing our introduction. Now, I'm going to say ditch the pitch. Yep, ditch the pitch. And I want you to focus on something that can be impressive to someone that you meet, something that's going to be more memorable. Because see, remember, when we go to a networking event, we're not going to sell. We're going to build relationships. So as you prepare your introduction, you want to prepare it as something that someone can remember you by. The 4th thing is we have to practice networking skills. Again, like I talked about, maybe doing it in the mirror, doing some role play with yourself in the mirror. But I want you to brush up on your communication networking skills. Include active listening. Now, that's one thing that we don't tend to do when we come to any type of networking event, or even when we're starting a conversation, because we already have an agenda outlined, and sometimes we forget. So we have to pay attention so we can ask those open-ended questions. And then when we do a follow-up process, then we know some key elements that we can put into our conversation, our follow-up plan, to make sure that they knew, or our prospect knew, that we were listening. Okay? 5, the 5th one, I want you to update your digital presence. That is so important, because no matter if you're virtual or in person, or even if you're just out casually and you give your information out, make sure before you go to that event, you click on your networking event, your website, your pay link, and all those things, because it's one thing worse than anything is going to an event and somebody clicks on your stuff and it is not working. So make sure all your digital information is updated, your profile, again, especially your LinkedIn, and practice, again, making sure that all that stuff is there. I want to say the 6th thing is make sure you bring essential materials. I have been to events where people will say, "Can I use your charger?" And I'm trying to actually have a conversation with someone, and I can't network with someone or even give out my information because I didn't come properly prepared. So make sure if you need your computer, your pen, pencil, papers, whatever it is, make sure that you have the essential tools that you need when you actually go into these events. That's even on virtual. Make sure your lighting's good. Make sure that you are on camera. So make sure that you have all those things handy dandy ready when you're ready for prospecting. And the 7th thing is that I want to make sure that when you go to a networking event, that you have a goal, and put that a part of your setting goals to connect with at least 5 people. Do not go to an event and walk away without any contacts, because that means that you have wasted your time at the event. And we don't want to go to these events, spend our precious time, and not be able to maximize the effort that we're doing. We're at these events. This is what I normally do. I always have something handy in my notes that I can copy and paste quickly. Again, that's the research before I go to the event, so I know exactly what my response is going to be. But what happens is within 24 to 48 hours, you're forgotten about. Life happens. They've gone on to talk to the next person. So it's going to be so important to you to make sure that you immediately connect with that person afterwards. I know a lot of people will be like, well, I'll put it in my phone and I'll put where I met them at, maybe 1 or 2 things. I guarantee you by the end of the day that they would have forgotten about you, and you would have forgotten about them in order to make the connection. So please just do it right away, right quickly when you're doing it. And lastly, I want to say, join the Facebook group. If you wanted to make 5 quick contacts very easily, remember I said do the research, get familiar with the event, the speakers, and the agenda. Find out who's there. some key people are there, because a lot of times when groups have conferences, networking things, they already have a Facebook group in place. And all you have to do is go into that Facebook group and find out who is actually there. And then now you can come up with your plan. Now, here's the kicker that a lot of people talk about is the follow-up plan. I'm going to try to go through this real quickly, but you have to have a follow-up plan. Remember, they say the money's in the follow-up. So we want to make sure that we're actually doing those steps and make sure that we're following up with the 5 people that you met at the event. So as you're doing your follow-up, schedule a meeting right there. Again, remember I told you 24 to 48 hours you're forgotten about. So make sure that you follow up and personalize that event, because you have did your networking skills, because you have been listening during the conversation. 2, I want you to connect with them on all social media platforms. Connect with them on LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Find out exactly where they are, because that's showing that you really want to connect with them. I want 3, hopefully you have a CRM system that you can have this all scanned into your phone. So once you actually make the connection, you hook with them on social media, it automatically goes into your CRM system. It helps you to, if you don't have one, it helps you to organize your contacts, and it helps you to keep them relevant. So then now you can share some relevant information. That's the 3rd one. So now that you've scheduled the meeting, you contacted them on social media, now they're connected into your CRM system. Now you can start sharing relevant resources with them. So that means, again, you've paid attention to them, you listen to them. Now you can just throw out some information and say, hey, you know what? Here's an article I thought that may be interesting to you. Okay. The 4th one, because you're trying to keep them engaged and staying engaged by regular interacting with them on their social media posts. That's why I want you to connect with them on social media. Look at what their post is. Comment on some of their posts. Do a genuine comment on their posts. Pay attention. Ask some questions. And then lastly, I want you to set a calendar reminder, because I want you to first have the appointment, but I want you to schedule maybe about 3 other appointments after that, because you want to keep being in contact with them, staying in the forefront of them, making sure that they know that you're there. Okay. And that's important when you do your follow-up. The money's in the follow-up, but we have to stay current and visible in front of our prospects, or they're going to forget about us. So I've shared some ways which you can follow up and make sure that you are keeping the money in-house. The next thing I want to talk about is mastering art of communication very quickly, is being effective communicators. This is when you're actually going to networking events. How do you communicate? How are you a networker? What kind of networker are you? The first one I'm going to talk about is being a social butterfly. You will always know with them who they are. So when you go into the room, do a 360 panoramic view of the room if you're in person. Easy if you're doing it on virtual, because you'll know who that social butterfly is on a virtual conference, because they're always doing all the talking, right? Same thing that happens when you go to a networking event. Second, are you an expert? So when we talk about what kind of networker are you, they're networkers that are highly knowledgeable and skilled in their particular industry or field. Okay, but they're not going to a networking event to get contacts. They're just going to leverage their expertise to share their knowledge. The 3rd type of networker, just think if this issue is, I call it FOMO, fear of missing out. So you're actually going to be trying to go to as many networking events as you can. You're going to join multiple networking groups, and you're going to be constantly seeking new people to meet. So now a lot of times it's like this, you're finding out, well, what's the next event? Where's the next happening at? Those are what I call FOMO, people who are fear of missing out. You have your digital networker. These are people that are only going to connect with you digitally. They're not going to give you a business card. They're not going to give you anything. They're going to probably connect with you on some type of electronic device, but they're only going to contact you being in the digital space. The 5th one is the buffet eaters. Now, some people just go to a networking event just for the food. So you have to kind of identify if that's what you're going for. It's after hours. Hey, I have an opportunity. I have a little time. I can go here. I know they're going to have great food. So guess what? I'm going to go just for eating. Then you have your 6th person, which is, are you just a relationship builder? Now, these people they're networking, they kind of prioritize their networking building. They're looking to build long-term relationships. They're looking to invest their time and effort into getting to know who the people are in the room. The next one is you have collaborators. Now, these are people who are looking just to collaborate. Maybe you have a conference coming up, or maybe you're looking to get people into your anthology. You're looking for people just as a collaborator. And the last one is innovators. So now these are the type of networks that look into, they're forward thinking. They're always looking for the next new idea to approach at a networking. They're looking to adapt anything or identify any emerging trends or opportunities that's going on. So that's kind of huge, because a lot of times with so much going on, you will be amazed at the creativity that's happening amongst people in the network industry. So they're always looking for people, hey, let's collaborate together, or let's come up, maybe collaborate with an anthology, or if you have a conference coming on, I need some speakers or something of that nature. But let's think about how we can collaborate with one another. So that's kind of another way of mastering art of communication. Now, I got to dive into my favorite topic real quickly, which is, how does LinkedIn come into play with all the mastering art of communication? Let me share it with you. LinkedIn has over 810 million users on there, and it's probably more than that now, but it's a free platform. This is where all the decision makers are. But a lot of times, people kind of like, went really keen on LinkedIn, because they felt like it wasn't really what they were getting. A lot of times people thought LinkedIn was just for the corporate space. Well, it still is for the corporate space, but it's also for the entrepreneur space as well. But the way we have to make sure that we maximize LinkedIn is to make sure that our optimization is good. Make sure that people know who we are and our profile says what we do. So the very first thing I want to talk about when we talk about keeping the conversation going is to make sure that your profile picture is done. Make sure that you have a professional headshot. Do not have anything in the background, even if if you think it's a professional picture, but it's not a professional headshot picture, please don't put it on there. Make sure that you have a headline. A lot of times when we think about our LinkedIn profile, we don't have a banner or headline, anything to help direct people who are looking for us in what we do. Make sure that you have your highlights. Now, highlights is something that, we know right now, and a lot of people do use graphics in posting, but videos and things like that are really the way that people are getting people's attention. So you want to make sure that you're throwing some videos, highlights, maybe, some news articles or something in your highlights. Your summary, make sure it highlights your strengths and provide a glimpse of your professional journey. Like, let's think about this. When we're looking or wanting someone to do business with us, sometimes if we're an entrepreneur, let's put some results, maybe put 1 or 2 results. You know how they put, your job position and different things that you do. You can do the same thing, but put it a little bit, make it a little bit more personal so they'll know who you are and what you do. Put your skills there. Listen, a lot of times our skills become so relevant to what we do and the endorsements that we get. Because a lot of times when people go down and endorse your skills, that is really boosting your profile. And a lot of times with the changes that LinkedIn does, it works almost similar to Facebook. The algorithms and everything change. The position of what's important, what's least important on there, on your profile makes a difference. So we want to make sure that we're actually inputting all those things in there. Our education, no matter what it is, put it in there, because people want to know a little bit about your background and what you do. Certifications, any certifications that you have, license and training, show your expertise, that you are the expert in what you do. Recommendations, always seek recommendations to put on your profile. We do a LinkedIn boot camp, and I can show you a little bit more about how that works and how we can take even some of your comments and turn them into recommendations. So when people see your profile, then it really highlights you. Volunteer experience and causes. A lot of times people want to see the personal side of us, our authentic selves. So a lot of times we have a special maybe cause or even just volunteering, showing that we're trying to get back service is amazing. Media attachments. If you're in any news releases or in a new magazines like Tapped In, a global publication, if you're in one of those, you want to make sure that you're listing that there so people can see that. And I want you to engage in network, participate in. If you have any groups that you're part of, make sure that you actually put those in there as well. I want to talk about just the digital space real quickly. Here's what happens in the world of digital space. We want to make sure that we are visible, that we are seen, heard, and noticed, that we're following, that we have some footsteps that they can follow, traces that they can go through, but we have to make sure that we're out there. So on average, an entrepreneur should be in a digital publication Tapped In Magazine, but a digital publication anywhere between 12 to 14 times throughout the year. Why is that? Because each time you are going to be expanding your audience, each time you are widening your visibility, and you showing your authority and credibility in your industry. Now, just imagine this, that you're trying to seal the deal on a potential prospect. You've had an amazing conversation, amazing talk, and at the end, you hand them a publication, a Tapped In Magazine publication with your face on the front. Imagine what that will do for you in sealing that deal. It not only goes from being a magazine to a statement, because when they see you on a global front page cover publication, it changes the space. Just think back in the day when a lot of, I'm just going to say models or, business owners, they would actually get on the cover of a magazine and what that actually did for their business. Because see, now they took it from being, again, not just a magazine, but it became a statement to show that you are kind of the real deal, because it just brings trust and credibility to you. So that's why we want to really think about how can we maximize the digital space. So with Tapped In Magazine, we are a global publication. We have over 7,000 online distributions, and we're in the UK. But our goal is really to take your voice and really distribute it in many different ways. From the publication, we do it from making sure that we amplify your story, highlight what you're doing, give you brand credibility and recognition. But we also want to take it a little bit further. We want to make sure that we also get you in different podcasts. How would it be nice to say what kind of podcast you are? Let me give you an example. When we think about even distribution, the very first couple of things that a client person that you're looking to work with, this is how the digital space works. They're going to do two ways of finding you: Google and LinkedIn. They want to see what you're doing. How can I find you, and what have you been in? That's why it's so important that as an entrepreneur that you try to be in 12 to 13 publications. At least try to get on, the minimum of least, 20 to 30 podcasts. Look at some of your people or your digital mentors. I call them digital mentors. Those are the people in your industry that, do similar to what you're doing, but find out, look them up, go on Google and say, look at the last time they've been in a podcast, or how many podcasts they were in, just over 1 year or the last few months. It's so important because when they pull you up, they want to know how relevant you are. And that's what we do at Tapped In Magazine. We make sure that we show that you are visible, that you're on the forefront. Your clients know how to reach you. They understand your message. You're not only just talking to that audience, but you're talking to multiple audience. Okay? You're talking to multiple audience, and that's important when we look at building our brand visibility in the digital communication space. Okay, we want to make sure that one, your audience can find you, the people that are looking for you can find you, but we also want to make sure that you are spreading yourself amongst worldwide, and we really help you do that. So again, when we talk about being in the publication, we want our readership to see who you are and what you do. It's a story that has to be told. Remember when they say stories tell? Stories really do tell, because if you can show a way of how you've helped someone, how you've transformed their life, it makes a whole lot of difference. See, a lot of times, we have to talk about the pain points of people and how it has been personally related to us. It's not really about, what we can do, but what have you done, and how can your story and experience relate to your client's pain point. And we help you do that. We help you really dive deep in, develop your story, and come up with the way that makes it where your audience can connect with you. And that's really what it's about. But being in the digital space is so important because it is the way of the future. Everything is going towards the digital space. It's much quicker, it's much faster, and it's more effective. So I showed you some ways that you can actually be some platforms that you can be on to be able to distribute your message. But we have to look at, with the publication, how can we do that? Here's another quick thing that that you want to do that will make things really good for you is to make sure that when you're thinking about being in a magazine such as Tapped In Magazine, we want to make sure that you're actually hitting other communities. We normally have anywhere from 15 to 20 people that are put it in our publication, and it helps them. So go to Tap In, that's TAPIN magazine.org, and see how you can be a part of our community. See how we can help you to amplify your voice, make sure that you're seen, heard, and noticed.
Thank you so much, Tanya, for your service. We appreciate you.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate you too.
Common, we will be joining you on the other side.
Thank you.
Awesome, awesome, awesome.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Lean to Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
The African company and the African CEO is making a conscious decision to bring on someone external to the continent versus bringing on someone who is from Ghana or Kenya or South Africa. And so the skill sets of the people that we take through our executive leadership training program and ultimately on the placement, obviously have to be extremely high caliber. So what we look for are corporate executives at the vice president to C-suite level, as well as Black entrepreneurs. When we look at the Black corporate executives, we're looking for some very specific skill sets, whether that be around supply chain, sales and marketing, engineering, product development. We want our folks to be able to add immediate value to the corporate board, right? And the other thing is, even if they don't necessarily have specific industry experience, they're bringing a diversity of thought.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Henri Ward. I am your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. I am your next speaker for this afternoon. Again, my name is Henri Ward. I am the Chief Operating Officer for BeDirect. I'll give you a little background on myself first, and then we will talk about BeDirect. So I've spent probably the last 10 to 15 years or so running technology companies, running technology businesses from 25 million up to 700 million in revenue globally. my current role is Chief Operating Officer with Be Direct. We started Be Direct with 2 other partners about 4 years ago. And we started it because we saw that there was a need. And there was a need in order to show that there is opportunity for Black entrepreneurs and Black corporate executives to be on corporate boards and get opportunities that they were not necessarily getting here in the United States. So Be Direct is the first US-based but African-centric corporate board preparedness and board search company specifically designed to provide corporate board opportunities for Black executives on the African continent. Our markets on the African continent are South Africa, Ghana, Kenya, and Tanzania. And when I say markets, these are the places in which we are looking to place our candidates. I'll go into a little bit more about the organization, and I'll also tell you more about what we're looking for in terms of candidates and what we teach in terms of our program. And so what we found as we did market research in terms of Black corporate board work in the United States is there are lots of people who have the skill sets to do Black corporate board work. The reality is, although the skill sets are there, the opportunities are actually few. Think about this. For those of you who can remember getting your first job and how difficult that may have been, you know, the thought process is you can't get a job without having experience, and you can't get experience without having a job. That's kind of where most people, whether Black, white, or otherwise, find themselves in terms of the corporate board leadership market. It's a closed community primarily, and it's closed because it's based on your particular network. And if you don't necessarily have the network to be able to fit into a particular space, it's going to be very hard for you to do that. And so while there are many corporate board readiness programs out there, we support all of them here in the United States. Our focus is primarily making room for folks to serve on corporate boards on the African continent. What we find is that if you, again, don't have the network here in the United States, and most of us are pretty much closed off to those networks, you really don't have an opportunity to do that type of work. And so what Be Direct provides is an opportunity. And again, we are specifically focused on Black executives at the vice president to C-suite level and Black entrepreneurs. We provide opportunities for Black executives and Black entrepreneurs to actually go through a training process. And I'll speak to that in a few minutes, to go through a training process. And then after that training process, we actually help place them on corporate boards on the African continent. We have a program called Be Direct Prep. And Be Direct Prep is actually divided up into a couple of different segments. The first segment is our corporate governance training program. So corporate governance on the African continent is a little different than corporate governance is here in the United States. Many people may be familiar with serving on nonprofit boards. Many of us, including myself, have done work on nonprofit boards, and nonprofit boards are great in terms of helping to serve the community. Where we haven't necessarily had the opportunity is for the for-profit boards, in which you are compensated for your work. And so Be Direct provides training regarding understanding how do you provide corporate governance on a different continent in a different country. And so we've partnered with a company that actually does corporate governance training for public and privately held companies, and does it across the African continent. And they are exceptionally well at it. And so how corporate governance differs on the continent versus the United States is, when you look at corporate governance in the United States, it's primarily compliance and regulatory driven. If you are a publicly traded company, you have the Security and Exchange Commission, the SEC, to deal with. If you are a privately held company that happens to be in the consumer space, you have the Federal Trade Commission to deal with. All companies here in the United States, particularly publicly traded companies, have the Sarbanes-Oxley, SOX compliance to deal with. And so in the United States, there is a lot of focus on compliance and regulation regarding corporate governance. While that is also true on the African continent, there is a added measure of complexity as well. Some of that complexity has to deal with how do you focus on ethics. There's a lot of focus on the African continent on ethics that may not necessarily be the focus here in the United States. In addition to that, the corporate governance methodology primarily used on the African continent is called King 4. And that's Roman numeral 4. And that's primarily because it's the fourth generation of the King methodology. So the way that this methodology came into play was actually right after the post-apartheid movement, when Nelson Mandela became the president of South Africa. So as many of you may know, prior to Nelson Mandela's being freed and then running for and winning the presidency for South Africa, you had the apartheid system in South Africa, much like the Jim Crow era here in the United States, where blacks were forbidden to participate in certain things. Blacks could not go to certain places in South Africa. Once that movement through the ANC, the African National Committee, once that movement took place, and Nelson Mandela got his independence and he won the presidency, South Africans began to understand that they needed a new way of doing business, because now since the apartheid movement had gone by the wayside, businesses wanted to begin reinvesting back into South Africa because of the fact there had been embargoes, and rightfully so. There had been embargoes on trade and commerce on and in South Africa because of apartheid. And so the South African government began looking at what are ways to make sure that people felt comfortable investing in the African communities, particularly in South Africa, and bringing business back. And so there was a retired South African Supreme Court judge whose last name happened to be King, which is why we get King 4. And the South African judge, Supreme Court Justice King, went about studying corporate governance around the world. So he looked at the United States, he looked at the UK, and he looked at other places around the world in which corporations were using certain methodologies in order to run their businesses, both public and private. And from there, he created this methodology in which he called it and is known as the King methodology. And it takes kind of the best practices around corporate governance from the United States, from the UK and other places around the world, and it builds on those and adds to it. The fourth generation, or King 4, is primarily looking at not just what are your rules for governance, but much like the ISO methodology and ISO certification. For those of you who are familiar with ISO, it's not just what are your policies, but what are you doing to comply with those policies? What things do you have in place? What procedures do you have in place that actually governs compliance to your policies and procedures, not just you having those on the books? And so we spend a great deal of time with our participants. They meet in a cohort, so they meet together. And we spend a great deal of time in these cohorts teaching them about King 4 methodology and what does it mean to be a corporate board director on the African continent. In addition to corporate governance, we also have another module or several modules regarding cultural dexterity. So the cohort meets over a 8-month period once per month for 4 hours per month. And usually those 4 hours are divided up into roughly 2 hours devoted towards corporate governance and 2 hours devoted towards cultural dexterity. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the cultural dexterity piece and why that's important. One of my best friends happens to be Nigerian. He is from the Yoruba tribe there in Nigeria. Born in Nigeria, raised in Nigeria, most of his life. Came to the United States in his early 20s to go to college. He's now been here in the US close to 40 years. He considers himself a Nigerian living in America. When he goes home to Nigeria, he's considered an American visiting Nigeria. Again, this is someone who was born and raised in Nigeria. But the reality is, because he's been away from Nigeria for so long, he is no longer considered a Nigerian by those who are still in Nigeria. He's considered an American. And so he himself, although he was born and raised in Nigeria, he himself has to navigate this cultural difference between America and Nigeria. The exact same thing has happened to many people I've spoken with who are Haitian, who are Ghanaian, who are Jamaican. These are folks who may have been born and raised in these countries, yet when they leave and are away an extended period of time, they are no longer considered one of us, if you will. They're no longer considered Haitian or Jamaican or Nigerian or South African. They are considered American. And so there is this need to be able to understand, how do you navigate culture when you're dealing with someone on a different continent in a different country? And how do you do business with someone on a different continent in a different country? And so we spend a great deal of time talking about, how do you navigate culture? How do you not come off as if you are the arrogant American? How do you not come off as if you are trying to portray yourself in a savior complex? And, many of you may have heard that term before. For those of you who have not heard that term, someone with a savior complex comes in as if they are, God's spokesman on earth, and they are here to save you. They are here to save you from yourself. That is not what we want to bring to anyone that we are trying to help from a corporate board perspective. No one is looking for you to come and save them. From that perspective, this is a business to business relationship in which you are providing a particular service to a corporation and their CEO, and that corporation is compensating you for that skill set. And so it's extremely important that folks understand, how do you deal with culture when you are in a different country. Whether we want to admit it or not, for those of us here in the United States, whether we want to admit it or not, we are Western thinking. We have been trained in a Western school system. We work our day-to-day lives in a Western organization, whether we are working for someone else or working for ourselves. We proceed to do business in a Western modality. That is very different than on the African continent. Doing the business on the African continent is much more akin to actually doing business, say, in Asia, in China or Japan, or somewhere in the Asia Pacific region. From a Western perspective, we're very much about business, 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 business. Time is money. Let's get things done. We can't waste. All of this type of thinking. When you do business on the African continent, regardless of what country you're in, first of all, they want to know who you are as a person. They want to build a relationship with you before they're interested in doing business with you. They want to know, are you someone that I like? Are you someone that I'm actually interested in having a friendship and partnership with? So before they are interested in entering into specific conversations regarding business, they really want to get to know you personally. And that sometimes kind of sets back folks who are Western thinking and Western trained. The perfect example of that is our founder and CEO, Larry Yan, who also happens to have been doing business on the African continent now for close to 20 years. So in addition to Be Direct, Larry also runs a cybersecurity company that does business on the African continent, as well as a call center company that has its operations based out of Johannesburg. And Larry tells this wonderful story, which I think is very pertinent to this conversation on why cultural dexterity is so important. Larry speaks to the fact that Be Direct actually is the beneficiary of all of the errors and all of the mistakes that he made with his prior two businesses, because he came in with a very Western way of thinking and Western thought. He didn't necessarily have a savior complex, but he certainly came in with a Western way of thinking. And he will admit that he was not initially successful until he had the opportunity to actually meet Winnie Mandela in South Africa. And Winnie Mandela kind of adopted him in terms of as a business mentorship, and basically showed him all the things that he was doing wrong, all the ways that he was approaching, whether it was governmental officials or whether it was approaching those in business, and he was not successful. And what will happen is people will be very polite. They will smile, they will nod their head, and they will be very generous with their time. And then once you get back to the United States, they will not return your phone calls. And you come away thinking that you've got a win because people were being very polite and people were nodding their heads. From their perspective, they do not want to come across as being impolite to you, but that doesn't mean that they're going to do business with you. So one of the lessons that Larry learned was, just like when you go to the Himalayas in order to climb the top of the mountain, you have someone called a Sherpa. And that Sherpa is actually your guide. That Sherpa has climbed that mountain, Mount Everest. That Sherpa has climbed that mountain over and over and over again. They know where all of the pitfalls are. They know where all of the trouble areas are, and they can help guide you. They can help shepherd you through that process. And that's exactly what you need when you are doing business on a different continent and in a different country. You need a Sherpa. In that particular case, Larry Sherpa, his guide, his mentor was Winnie Mandela. And what we provide through Be Direct is that shepherding process, that Sherpa process to help you understand and help you navigate culture, because you will not be successful doing business on the African continent, whether in a corporate board role or any other role, if you don't understand culture and if you don't understand how to navigate culture in order to be successful. So we initially talked about corporate governance and teaching corporate governance from an African-centric perspective. We just finished talking about cultural dexterity and how to navigate culture. The third piece of our Be Direct Prep program is executive coaching. And so while the cohort is working its way through this training process in the classroom, again, they meet once per month for 8 months for a 4-hour period. During that process, each person is working one-on-one with their own executive coach. And these executive coaches are internationally certified executive coaches who also happen to be based on the African continent. And we were actually very, very fortunate and very blessed to be able to partner with a woman-owned company who is based out of South Africa, a Black female-owned company based out of South Africa that has not only internationally certified executive coaches, but she has internationally certified executive coaches with specific domain knowledge regarding corporate governance on the African continent. So her executive coaches are currently working with African corporations, both public and private, to coach their board directors. And so as our participants are going through this training program, this classroom training program, the executive coaches are working with them to say, yes, I understand, what you just learned in the classroom, and that is extremely important. Also important is how that actually translates in the real world. And here are some real world examples in terms of things that you need to be aware of to make sure that you come across as a viable candidate, but not only come across as a viable candidate, but also be able to add immediate value to any corporate board. And so this company, the company is called COSEC 8. They provide one-on-one executive coaching for each one of our cohort participants, which is phenomenal. It's rare that you can get again those skill sets together, both certified executive coaching skill sets and skill sets regarding corporate board governance. Now, I'm going to back up a little bit and kind of talk about what type of folks are we looking for to participate in our program. I kind of opened up talking about this, but I want to kind of drill down a little deeper. So we are looking for Black executives and Black entrepreneurs. And I want to put a pin in that just for a second. We specifically say Black corporate executives and Black entrepreneurs and not African American. And we do that purposefully. If you are a person of Haitian descent, if you are a person of Jamaican descent, if you're a person of Dominican Republic descent, or Nigerian descent, or Ghanaian descent, you may not consider yourself an African American. You may consider yourself a Haitian American, or a Jamaican American, or a Dominican Republic American. So by saying Black executives and Black entrepreneurs, we are broadening, we're opening the aperture, if you will, to say that if you are someone who is an African in the diaspora, meaning that you are of African descent, regardless of where you may have been born. If you are a person of African descent and happen to be living in the United States, and also happen to fit our market of a corporate executive at the vice president to C-suite level, or a Black entrepreneur in a growing business, then you are in our target market. Now, for entrepreneurs, we're specifically looking for folks who have companies that are doing revenue probably $5 million annually and above. Because again, in order for you to be able to show yourself adding value as an entrepreneur to other entrepreneurs on the continent, you have to at least come in a peer-to-peer relationship. And that's why we say, we want you to be doing somewhere around $3 to $5 million annually in revenue. For those who are on the corporate side, who are again at the vice president level and above, while we are industry agnostic, meaning that we're not necessarily looking for pinpointing anyone in a specific industry. I will tell you that there are certain industries on the African continent which are, growing a lot. Some of those industries are fintech. If you're not familiar with that term, it's financial technology or technology companies that are serving the financial services industry. So fintech, edtech, healthcare tech. So anyone who is in the technology industry, certainly those are folks that we want to talk to. Anyone who is in the consumer packaged goods industry, anyone who is in the healthcare industry. If you happen to be in the transportation industry. So these are all industries, entertainment industry. These are all industries that have very high growth rates on the African continent. In terms of specific skill sets we're looking for, again, if you are on the corporate side, we're looking at folks who have skill sets, functional skill sets around sales and marketing, around supply chain, around engineering, around product development. Because the reality is that for many companies, specifically many mid-sized companies, not only are you going to be a corporate board governor or a corporate board director for these companies, many of these companies are also looking for folks to help them in terms of mentoring their executive leadership team. And so if you happen to be a vice president or a senior vice president or a C-suite member for a multi-billion-dollar corporation, whether that corporation is domestically focused here in the United States or global, certainly you will be able to add immediate value to these companies, and they would be looking towards you for those skill sets. Additionally, these companies are looking for folks, quite frankly, to help them enter into the U.S. market. So you may not see your network as hugely valuable to someone on a different continent, but the reality is they would see you and your network as very valuable. Let me go back a little bit and talk about why we target at a corporate level, target the market that we target. And it's about, again, being able to add immediate value to a corporate board. And we understand that, based on company size, a director, a management director at one company may be equivalent to a vice president or senior vice president at another company. A director level for a $30 billion company may be the equivalent of a vice president, or quite frankly, senior vice president for a $1 billion company or $300 million company. And we take all of those things into consideration, but we're primarily looking for vice president to C-suite level. And the sweet spot for us is vice president to senior vice president, because the reality is these are people who are great candidates to sit on corporate boards, but they're not getting the opportunities here in the United States, because most of those opportunities are going to folks who are at the C-suite level or one level below. And so our target market are those who are at the vice president to C-suite level, sweet spot being vice president to senior vice president level. Some of you may be asking about our name, Be Direct. Why did we come up with that name? How did we come up with that name? And twofold. One, Be Direct stands for board director as a hyphen. So board director, Be Direct. But it also stands for how we do business in terms of being direct. Being direct with people in terms of what we're looking for, and hopefully people being direct with us in terms of the skill sets that they could bring to the table. The last thing I will mention in terms of what Be Direct offers from a product perspective is, while the cohort is working its way through this 8-month training program, Be Direct is actually working as, quite frankly, a traditional executive search firm. And so we are working with private equity companies on the African continent, with venture capitalists on the African continent, and with public and privately held companies on the African continent to help place our cohort members. And that's what also significantly differentiates us from other programs here in the United States. And again, we support all of them, whether they are out of 501c3s or whether they are university-based programs. We support all of those programs. What differentiates us, though, is that all of those programs primarily will take you through a training program, and then it is primarily up to you in terms of your own network, whether you are placed or not. They will provide folks to introduce you to, but placement is 99% network driven. With Be Direct, we are both programming driven and we are placement driven. So for those who want to participate, we would love to have you. Please go to www.globalboarddirector.com. That's globalboarddirector.com, one word, globalboarddirector.com, and go to the U.S. candidate button, drop down, and fill out the application there, or send us a email at info at globalboarddirector.com. We would love to hear from you, and we would love to be able to talk with you more about participating in Be Direct.
Wow, we want to thank you, Mr. Henry Ward. Thank you so much. And thank you for sharing your expertise on the show.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And
Genius is coming, and I will see you on the other side.
Thanks again.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going or for K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the sponsorship fund, or use the Cash App to on the screen below, and that is $BBS USA. Now, also, we want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for March 2024. NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul. We have Lotus Ritchie Coaching and Training, the Hello LLC, 5-Star DBM Media, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council. We have Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Malene Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is coming, and we will see you on the other side. All right. Genius is coming. We will see you on the other side.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to do, I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize. Because everyone's a fan of something, and everyone has a fan base.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there. Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021. And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso, a new concept in social media. Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta, and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
Are you a forward-thinking entrepreneur or business owner? The world is changing faster than ever, and it's time to pivot and adapt to the future. Hello LLC is here to help you do just that. Hello stands for helping enterprises leverage leading-edge optimizations. Our innovative solutions can streamline operations, reduce overhead costs, and give you a competitive edge in a market projected to reach $5 trillion by 2030. By pivoting to the metaverse, businesses can tap into a rapidly growing market that is projected to be a significant part of daily life for 25% of Americans by 2026. As a full digital metaverse agency, the Hello LLC can help you create custom solutions to streamline operations, increase productivity, reduce costs, and drive brand recognition. Why should you pivot to the metaverse with the Hello LLC? By leveraging cutting-edge technology, you can provide immersive experiences for your customers, expand your global reach, and unlock new revenue streams. Contact us today to make the pivot.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserved. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
5-Star BDM, Brand Development Masters, is a professional consulting and advisory group keenly focused on business development services for the small to mid-sized business and entrepreneurs. Although every business is unique, they often share business development challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. Services include process improvement and operations, digital strategy and transformation, business intelligence, digital marketing, and personal branding. Our business and personal branding company has helped a number of professionals and organizations to optimize and grow. This results in more business, more opportunities, better reach, positive outcomes. Visit www.5starbdm.com.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
My name is Katie Bennett, and I own Lexicon Presents Publishing. We are a publishing and media company that helps you take your story and share it with the world. You know, for a while, I just had my family telling me to just hang it up, get over it, you know, and I had no support. And it was in your program that I really understood the necessity for having that help, having that support. And so now I actually feel like a CEO as we scale, as our clientele changes, as my company is opening doors for other people to, take care of their families. It's just completely changed from just a mom who was publishing books. I was at a point where my job, although it was paying really well, wasn't enough. And my business was always in the red, and I was tired of it. And so I came in just hoping to get some sort of help to just not end up in the red every month. Ooh, wow. Okay, so there was one in particular, I cannot remember his name, but he asked me, he said, why are you in business? And I told him that I wanted to make a difference and I want to help my community. And he let me ramble on for a while. And then when I was done, he was like, okay, all of those things are great. They make you a humanitarian, not a business owner. And he was the one who told me, he's like, you have this great service and you're offering it at like a great value price. So to someone like myself, we don't know that we're going to get the value of what you're actually bringing. And so that gave me the confidence I needed to raise my price. It gave me the confidence to go after my actual client that I actually prefer to work with. And it really just changed everything for me. I don't think without him kind of giving me that push, I don't think I would have gotten to this point or position. Wow, the benefits is just having a coach that holds you accountable. They set goals with you. That's been my favorite part. She has amazing experience, and so she brings her strategies and her ideas, and she helped me narrow down, what services I actually wanted to offer, how I could actually continue to offer it, how many clients at one time could I have. All of the information that she's given has just really transformed my entire company. And so I know I would have never gotten to where I am today and having some of these partnerships that I'm, having now without her help. You're going to get information that you're not going to find on YouTube. You actually take the time to strategically give us the information, then give us time to actually apply it. I would also say that so that you're not just out on a ledge alone trying to figure this out. Like, you deserve to be in a community with other people who also want to grow their business. And then finally, the biggest thing I think I took away from CMET was that I had a whole office in Longwood, I still do, and at the time I had not paid my business tax receipt. I didn't know that was something you had to do. So that was like one of the first couple days of information, and I'm like, oh my gosh, let me go get that together right now. So I'm really glad that, CMET was there for myself, and, anybody else who has the opportunity, they need to do it.
Have you ever seen a parent stressed out and needed a stress reliever with their child? One morning I was coming out of a store and saw a mother and her 3 or 4-year-old son. She was highly upset, actually beginning to yell at him. However, the more upset she became, it seemed the calmer the child became. He sat down on the sidewalk, crisscross applesauce, folded his arms, and looked up at her with a smile. You see, the angrier she became, the calmer he became, because he had the control of the situation. Hi, I'm Frizelma Lynn. I am the CEO and founder of Frizelma Teaching Parents, LLC. I'm a retired teacher, school district administrator, an author, speaker, and I am the parenting 911 coach. My mission is to rescue families by equipping parents with proven, effective, and practical strategies to enhance their parenting skills. Many times we as a society expect parents to teach, train, and raise their children without providing the necessary tools they need to accomplish this. However, parenting issues cannot be resolved without intervention. Therefore, Frizoma Teaching Parents has provided coaching programs, digital courses, and live webinar trainings to provide step-by-step research-based parenting strategies, even for parents whose children are disrespectful, defiant, for those who have been diagnosed with ADD and ADHD, and even for parents of adult children. No longer will you have the need to feel like you are a failure as a parent. You'll now have the tools needed for each situation. Trust me on this one. Go to www.parenting911.org. Book a 15-minute strategy session with me or choose one of the coaching programs. Our training helps parents relieve stress.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Morris.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
Did you know that our black dollar only lasts for 6 hours in our community? Yet other communities, their dollars last for 19 to 30 days.
The Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation. Yes, that's why we created the Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation is a centralized directory available to all black businesses across the world. It was created for businesses like you, the ones that want to start and the ones who have a dream that have already started, such as businesses like Drop in a Bucket Productions, Valito Foods, Sugar Tea Branding Firm, All the Dazzle, Bun Cakeaholic, Miss Riot, and you. We'll have marketing, seminars, and some funding coming soon just for you. So, we want you to come and join www.blackwallstreetnation.com. See you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Cassandra Mitchell. I am your business moderator for this afternoon and the Black Business Network. The Business Network is a 24-hour network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate business about business. Our next keynote speaker is Ms. Melanie Warren. Meet Teacher Melanie, a financial literacy coach who is passionate about educating children and empowering moms to create a better financial future for themselves and their families by starting a home-based business. Her journey as a financial and home-based business and life coach as well is to begin when she overcame several financial challenges, including foreclosure, short sales, being sued, and bankruptcy, with the help of faith and mentors and hard work. As a proud wife to her silently funny husband, she tends to enjoy and laugh in their lives every day. As a homeschool mom, she is very patient, dedicated, and determined to the mission. Let's introduce Miss Melanie Warren. Genius is coming. I see you on the other side.
Thank you so much, Cassandra. Appreciate you for this amazing opportunity to come and just share something that is so near and dear to my heart. And that is financial literacy and building your financial house. One thing about it is that we spend more time planning for birthdays, planning for weddings, And instead of planning one of the most important things of our lives, right? Our lifetime is our finances. And so this is something that is near and dear to my heart because we don't get taught financial literacy, right? We get caught working, grinding, and paying bills until we get to the realization that there has to be more to life. And so for me, this is a crusade and helping individuals to realize that there is so much more. But one thing about it is that we have to be financially literate instead of financially illiterate, right? You know, we send our kids to school and the system is made for just to be workers. And in this day and age, in this time, in this season, it is so important that we understand why we need to know literacy, right, and entrepreneurship when it comes to finances. And so today I'm going to talk about building your financial mansion. And you notice I didn't say financial house, right? Because why? I want us to think bigger. I want us to be bold when it comes to our finances. I want us to realize there is no limit whatsoever. The only limit that is there is the limit that we set on ourselves. The limits that is there is the limits that have been taught, right? Which, you know, as wonderful as our educational system is, and for those of you that know, my brand name is Teacher Melanie, right? I used to be a former classroom teacher at district administration. So I love all things education. But one thing I do not love is when the system keeps our children in a box. And so for me, being a homeschool mom as well, it's essential for me to really help my children and those who are service, because I also have a micro school, to realize that there is so much more out there and there is no limit in what they can do. And so when I talk about building the financial mansion, I talk about how beautiful this emphasis is. And I want you to picture in your mind the mansion that you want, right? The colors, how many rooms, all the different gadgets maybe you want in the house, and what those things need to be in place. Then I want you to think about, right, the building of it, the whole process, the inside and the outside. So when it comes to building your financial mansion, there are 10 levels, all right? I want you to say 10 levels that you need to have in place. The first level is protecting your greatest asset. Now, you may say, Teacher Melanie, what's my greatest asset? That's my car. Is it my house? You know, is it my real estate? You know, is that the greatest? Is that my greatest asset? And I'm telling you that it is not. Your greatest asset is your income. Why is that? Because your income pays for the food, clothing, shelter, making sure all your family has the needs that it needs, right? All the things that they need in order to live life. And so if something was to happen to your income, can your family continue to sustain the life that you built? As though, even though they may be emotionally distraught, right? Will they also be financially distraught as well? Because now not only one thing is being lost, but two things is being lost. And so you're protecting your greatest asset, which is your income. And how do you do that? You do that with income protection, #life insurance. Now, I'm sure you can think of how many family and friends, because I have, right, we had to do the GoFundMe or the fish fry, or we had to send a dinner sale, or we had to pass the offering plate or pass the bucket around and call family and friends and say, hey, can you help out? Because we don't have enough money to bury our loved one. How devastating is that, right? And though as noble that may be, but it does not sustain a family thereafter once that loved one is gone and the family is back to their life again. And so the little bit that it takes to have income protection is it's less than what you would buy $100 pair of screws, right? All depending on your health, all depending on how much you need, right? All depending too if you have any issues, because sometimes, to be honest with you, there are times that people can get denied if they have issues, if they've had experience with the law or even driving. All those things can play in a issue when it comes to getting qualified for income protection. I like to say #life insurance. But right, so when you build that foundation of income protection, right, you're building that firm foundation. Now we go to the next level, right? So now we've had the foundation, you're putting the walls up, you're putting the roof on this beautiful edifice, which is covering everything that is inside. And which is the next thing is the estate planning, right? That's covering everything that's with the will, a trust, a power of attorney. All these things now encompasses making sure everything that you have in that house is protected, with the estate planning. Now you may say, well, estate planning is something just for the filthy rich. I don't have a whole lot. And I'm saying you do have something that you need to protect. You do have your wishes, the things that you desire, that you want to see forth for your family to go forth, right? After you have gone, or even if you are have the ability, well, unfortunately, life happens, right? And you can no longer speak for yourself or do things for yourself, and you want somebody to make a decision on your behalf. That's when that estate planning includes that living trust, right? Or the power of attorney. Now, I just want to share this with you, because this is so powerful, because oftentimes we think that once we grow our children, they are of age, there's nothing else that we need to be concerned with, right? They have their own life. But I want you to tell you that life happens, right? Life be life, and as we hear, because if something was to happen to your adult child, as much as you realize that, they may need help, they can't do things on themselves. If you do not have a power of attorney, you can't do a thing. And that starts from the age of 18. You can't get any information. You can't really get them the treatment, make a decision, not at all. So it's very important to have a power of attorney for your adult children as well as for your parents. I just had a thing the other day with my parents. They had some properties they were selling. They were in a different country and they could not come back from the closing. Right. But I put it in place that I was the power of attorney. So I acted on their behalf, did the signature and everything. They got paid. I deposited the money and they were good. Right. But that could not have happened if we didn't have that paperwork or that document in place. So I just want to share that important thing of having that POA, which is power of attorney. Now, the other thing, we hear about the trust. We hear so many things. You need to have a trust. You need to have a trust. But let me say this. Start with having a will. If you don't have a will first, right, it doesn't make sense for you to go with the trust, right? Because you're not starting out with the basics. So have a will, right? Because it does take a while for the trust to get into place. Now, I'm not saying to have one. I'm saying definitely have one, right? It is very powerful because a trust actually outweighs a will, right? Because a will can be contested, a trust cannot. That's how important it is. But you need to start with something, right? So having that will in place. And so now you're like, well, okay, Teacher Melanie, you told me the foundation, which is the income protection, life insurance. You told me about estate planning, covering and protecting those things that are inside, right? My family, the children, if you have young children and you want certain people to take care of your children, if something was to happen, that estate planning, that will is going to help facilitate that. Now, the next level, right, now that we had our foundation, we're putting in this room, right? Now, this room is the room of KYN. You're like, KYN, yes, this is the know your numbers, which is your budget. Knowing your budget puts you in control instead of money controlling you. Why is that? We hear that B word, that budget, and we think that, oh my gosh, I can't do anything. Life, I can't get that latte that I want, right? Or that special coffee, because I'm bound by my budget. But what a budget does, it keeps you in control of your money, right? You know what's going in, you know what's coming out, right? You're not depending on somebody to lead you because you know for yourself. And so having your budget, right, is essential to building your financial mansion. With having your budget, knowing your numbers, what's going in, what's coming out, what needs to be taken care of, what does not need to be taken care of, right? What's going to allow you to take that vacation, what's not going to allow you to take that vacation, what's going to allow you to buy that house. We're like, oh, okay, I can't get that house, but I can get this one, right? Where it's keeping you in order, right? To making sure that you realize that money is a tool. Let me say that money is a tool. But if you don't understand how to utilize that tool properly, right, then you're constantly running, trying to figure things out. You're tired, you're weary. You're like, when can I get out of this? Because not knowing your numbers, right? Not facilitating those things that you need to know to make sure your part of your financial mansion is built right and tight. And so now we talked about our foundation, right? The income protection, life insurance. We talked about putting in the walls and protecting what's in there with our estate planning. We talked about the budget, right? So this is one of the rooms, right? Or one of the levels. It all depends how you vision your mansion may be. And now we're going into the next room, right? The next room, right? Or the next level is your emergency fund. Oh my goodness. Let me tell you something. Life happens. How many of us experience an emergency, whether that was with a car? Okay, I live in Florida. If the AC goes out, right, usually happens during the summer. This place is a sauna, right? But having that emergency fund, when those unexpected things happen, you are prepared, right? Because at the end of the day, when you can realize something that is a $500 expense, even $1,000 or even $200, and you do not have to ask anybody, you don't have to beg, you don't have to borrow, you don't have to go to the credit card, right? That's going to put you further in debt because you prepared, you put something away just in case life happens, just in case something emergency happens for yourself, your family, your children, your house, whatever. Having the emergency fund. And if you're like, but I don't know where to start. I don't know where to start. That goes back to knowing your budget, right? You have to know your numbers and you have to pay yourself first. This is part of paying yourself first, right? Because paying yourself first does not mean that you go shopping. Paying yourself first is that you've taken the money that you received, right? Before you pay it out to everybody else and you put it into a particular account where it's starting to grow, right? Which is your emergency fund. That's the first account where you're paying yourself first. Now, this is the thing. We often say, I want to be wealthy. And listen, everybody deserves to be wealthy, right? But it takes some discipline. But in order for that to happen, you have to have the mindset that I have to make sure that my financial house is taken care of first, right? And that's what paying yourself first. That's how that happens. And when you're paying yourself first, starting off with your emergency fund, you're winning the money game. Let me tell you, you're winning the money game. Because this is what wealthy people do. They get a financial education, they have a financial coach, and they have a financial game plan, and they pay themselves first. Even before they pay their bills, they're like, wait a minute. I have to make sure that my house is taken care of first before I take care of somebody else's house. And so now that you created this emergency fund, congratulations to you, made a decision. Now you want to put yourself in the position where money is working for you just as hard as you are working for it. So now you're putting your money in vehicles where your money could be growing, right? In a short-term type of investment. That could be a mutual fund. That could be an ETF, but some type of fund where your money is growing. Because why? Money is a tool, right? Those of us that believe in the word that says that money is the root of all evil. And I'm here to tell you that is not true. Right? What it says is the love of money. That means that money is your king. But if you understand how to utilize it, there's no reason for you to have this mindset that money is bad. Money is good, because God also said in the Bible that in Ecclesiastes that money answereth not some things, but all things. And so what that says to me is that, okay, I have to understand how to utilize this too, because it answers things, right? It answers when you need money to pay for your bill, when you want to go on vacation, when you want to do things for different organizations, you need money for your organization, for your business. It answers all things, right? So having a short-term type of investment where money is working for you, right, for the here and now, maybe that could be a goal for a year, for 5 years or 2 years, right? You have this vehicle where money is in. How awesome is that? Oh my God, this gets me so excited. This really gets me so excited with the money game. Now, with part of the money game, right, we've talked about the short-term investment, but this is where you want to have where legacy starts coming in, right? Where we talk about generational wealth and building all these things and what that means. But what that needs to be is in a long-term investment, because money now does not end with you. That means generations on generations and generations now are living and enjoying a quality of life because you made a decision to put money in place in a long-term vehicle, whether that's in some type of retirement, right? Or some type of, whether that be whether if you are an entrepreneur, if you are a 9-to-5 and your job has a 401k plan or a 403b plan, and they contribute, right, to your retirement, right? That's free money. A rule of thumb is this: you participated, right? You always want to get what's free, but you only match what they are matching and you put your money in a vehicle, right? Maybe a Roth IRA outside of that employer where you are in control. But that's just one of them. Another long-term type of investment is in real estate. Real estate, right? You're having some more ownership once again, right? So you have properties that are paying you residual income each and every month. And then on top of that, this is what ends up happening. Those properties get paid off. You can take those and pass it down to your children and your children's children, and it could be paying them every single month, right? So that's another long-term strategy where you're buying and holding is in real estate, as well as a tool when it comes to this long-term investment. And let me say this, just because you've never seen anybody that you know, any family or friends, maybe your parents never own any property, does not mean that you cannot. You have to be the one to make a decision that you are going to change the trajectory and the relationship that you've seen in the past of money. Even if you're like, boy, you know, my parents were broke, my family was broke, we didn't have nothing. Guess what? That doesn't matter. That does not matter whatsoever, because once you have a made up mind, right, the only person that can stop you from getting to the next level, right, achieving that wealth, being that millionaire that you decide, not just hearing about it, but actually being one yourself, is yourself. Okay? And reading. Okay? Reading things, learning about things that can get you that. So now we talked about this other room, right? We talked about the foundation, which was the income protection. We talked about putting the walls and the roof on top of this beautiful mansion, which was the estate planning. We talked about knowing our numbers, our budget, right? That was one of the rooms or levels in our mansion. We talked about, oh my gosh, we need to have money working for the short term, right? Short-term investments. We talked about the long-term investment. That means money is now ending with you. Right now, we're talking about custodial planning, because I'm sure you're like, so what about the kids? What you know? We talked about making sure I'm good, right? Because that's important. But the custodial planning, this is where your kids come in, or even grandkids if you have grandkids. Where now this is what ends up happening. If that's the plan for their life, right, and they want to go to college, right, they don't have to worry about that student loan debt, because now you've put things in place, whether through a 529 plan, a Coverdell plan, some type of college plan, where now they can go to school and not come out of school with a mortgage payment without a house. Let me say that again. I hope you caught that. Graduating from school with a mortgage payment without a house, 6 figures, 5 figures, or even more, 7 figures, right? Because they went to that school, they got that good grade. But the false reality is that they're not living that amazing life because that student loan debt payment has come through. Oh my gosh. And let me say this too, parents. It is okay. And I want to encourage you. It is okay if your child has to work their way to school, because guess what? You are setting them up. You are setting them up for success, that when they graduate, they could be already ahead of a game instead of having that student loan debt to have to pay for the rest of their life. On average, they say it takes 20 years or 30, all depends, to pay off a student loan debt. Do you all know that? So it's okay if they have to go to school. If it's okay, they have to work and go to school. All right. So custodial planning, right? That's the college, the 529 plan. But another thing now is like, but you know, Teacher Melanie, my child doesn't want to go to college. I think they want to be an entrepreneur. Guess what you can do? You set them up with some type of UTMA or an UGMA and just putting that in place. So, you know, just really excited for this opportunity to share how you can build your financial mansion right and tight. Cassandra, we know how empowered it is that once we understand the money game and just making sure that matter what stage of life, that your family not only be good, but there is good, there is better, and there is best. Good, better, and best. Right? And so if that is you and you're looking to make sure that your financial mansion is built right and tight, you can always find me at teachermelanie.com. And when you go there, I have a link that you can book a complimentary 15 minutes to see if I'm a good fit to help you to make sure that you're building your financial mansion right and tight, and that you're also in the process making sure that you have a home-based business, because one source of income is not enough at all. So really, really excited for that. And so, as I said, make sure at the end of the day, you just take the time. Take the time.
Thank you for sharing your expertise on the show.
Thank you so much, Cassandra. I appreciate this opportunity.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. And Genius is coming. I see you on the other side.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity